start streaming. The most
Hello,
dangerous
guys and
AI
gals,
got
me
hacked.
Mutahar, and boy oh boy, do we have a little fun video to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. You know, about 2 weeks ago I said, the most dangerous AI went live. Well, today apparently the most dangerous AI ends up actually getting hacked. Or at least unauthorized use, which technically is basically getting hacked. At least that's basically how the entire media is framing it. Now, I think it's insane that we live in a time and a day and age when a private company basically says, yeah, we have a digital nuclear weapon sitting inside the servers. A private company, by the way, something that could basically open up its floodgates to anybody with an API key and internet access. Now, look, I talked about this 2 weeks ago. We talked about this mythos from Claude. And if you're not remembering what it is, ladies and gentlemen, this is Project Glasswing. So basically, this is effectively the most latest model, the most powerful model that a company called Anthropic made, and it's so powerful that according to them, compared to their most recent release, ladies and gentlemen, their recent release pales in comparison to this. So just on their benchmarks, you can see that Opus 4.7, their magnum opus, is sitting at like 64.3% for agentic coding. 77.8% is what their preview for Mythos is. Cybersecurity vulnerability, 73% as opposed to 83.1%. And ultimately, these numbers only matter if you're the, companies that are allowed into testing this program. And, a lot of people have discussed maybe it's just hype, Muda, and the reality is it probably kind of is a mixture of some real shit to fear, also some hype, because I'm sure it looks great for people investing into these AI companies to say, whoa, those guys have a nuclear weapon. Let's give them $1 trillion. So ultimately speaking, obviously, what has kind of happened? I want to go through the clickbait and I want to talk about this situation because really, this video goes beyond just the most dangerous AI getting hacked. Because according to their own CEO, it can actually get a lot worse in the next 6 to 12 months. 18 at the very furthest, but we'll see exactly how it is. So basically, the story was that a bunch of hackers breached Anthropic's too dangerous to release, So everyone's kind of been like fucking looking over this or like, whoa, I want to jump into this artificial intelligence. I want to see what this big hype is. And only a few people get access to it. It's so actually beloved over here, ladies and gentlemen, that, even the US government, which about a month ago absolutely banned the state use of Anthropic because, if you don't remember a while back before this, Iran war started, Anthropic or Claude was used apparently against the wishes of the company to bomb people on the other side of the world. Anthropic didn't like it, so they made a fucking piss stink about it. Obviously, their ethics got breached. The government didn't really like it that somebody told them fucking no, and they were basically banned for all government contractors. Now, apparently this model is so fucking good that the National Security Agency, despite it being blacklisted, apparently is also using Mythos. Now you can imagine, right? Like, this was designed to protect against attacks, right? So people would use this model to analyze, you know, like projects that we all use on a day-to-day basis and see if there were security issues in that. And according to Claude or Anthropic, they did find shit. And obviously when you got people like FFmpeg and you got the Linux Foundation kind of also singing some pretty decent praises, it's a mixture of what is hype and what is actually pretty genuinely interesting tech. So yeah, everyone's kind of been fucking pining over it, apparently to the point that it's apparently got some people hacking into it. So basically, the online like forums over here, or the actual reporting, say that a private online forum has managed to gain access to Mythos through basically one of these third-party vendors. So the way that this works is Anthropic hosts Mythos on their own servers. And basically, if you're somebody that works at Microsoft or NVIDIA or any of the approved vendors in this case, what Anthropic will do is they'll whitelist your connections and they'll generally give you an API key. So the API key is what you put into your software so that when you connect to Anthropic servers, the key validates and gives you permissions to access this preview super scary nuclear weapon fucking model. You know what I mean? So the private online forum in this story is doing a lot of heavy lifting. We in the industry call this Discord. So a bunch of Discord people were sitting there in a little group chat and they were like, can we get access to it? And somebody in that chain had access to Mythos and they were like, well, fuck it. You want access? Here's some keys, Saya. And so these fucking hackers took these keys, plug themselves into Mythos, and you might be like, did they do anything super illegal with it?
Curious.
Well, according to the guys
Johnny
over at
Bell.
Anthropic that are actually investigating it, no. So the way that this unauthorized group, these spooky, scary hackers gained access is, again, by finding somebody who basically gave them access because they were employed at a company that was given this access by Anthropic. So the reality of it is that apparently they also proved this to the big media people out there by showing a live demonstration, screenshots, and even actually talked about more models that existed that nobody fucking knows of. Now you might be like, well, what did this group actually do with them? Well, they were just interested in playing around with the models, not actually wreaking havoc with them. Because, yes, apparently according to them, they just wanted to do some, like, basic prompts, write some fucking code, make a few websites here and there, you know, goof around, not hack other governments or entire areas through it, right? So, honestly, that's probably crisis fucking averted. You know, you got access to a bunch of people that were just trying to goof around and have fun. And the reality of it is that I'm pretty sure that they may not have been able to actually abuse Mythos to attack other organizations, because I can imagine for something so powerful, I'm sure that the people behind it probably cooked up a few safeguards so that you couldn't just go to the model unprompted and go, hey, here's the Chinese government power, here's like a Chinese like power station, fucking go ahead and hack it. Now look, I didn't talk much more about Mythos back when it dropped initially because I was really reading through all of its stuff, and I read through even more. And the reality of it is that the actual model, so when you actually read the paper from Anthropic, there are some things to seriously kind of consider. Something that I didn't talk about was that apparently they used Mythos to apparently produce or conduct autonomous end-to-end cyber attacks. So basically, in their research, it indicates that Mythos is capable of conducting autonomous end-to-end cyber attacks on at least small-scale enterprise networks with a weak security posture. However, obviously, things do tend to fail the tougher the security gets and the more intricate a target becomes. But it's interesting to see that, as of right now, you know, this is something that is, according to the people at Anthropic, somewhat possible. In some ways, when you also look carefully at what Anthropic is doing over here with Mythos, utilizing low-level computer processor data in aggressive, unintended ways, across a number of instances, earlier versions of Preview have used low-level proc access to search for credentials, attempting to circumvent sandboxing, and attempt to escalate its permissions. In several cases, it successfully accessed resources we had intentionally chosen not to make available. So, obviously the sensationalist framing is it kind of makes Anthropic look somewhat like the people that are behind Shodan. Once you take the fucking safeguards off Mythos, I guess the way that, at least the media frames it is it's going to escape the Matrix and take over the fucking world. But for the most part, it is basically another LLM, and it does require a lot of expert user prompting to get there. Just because you have access to Mythos isn't going to let you hack something out of the blue. It's still, from my understanding, mostly designed for cyber defense. But that doesn't mean, organizations like the NSA are not going to find ways to use it to attack attack other countries like Iran, like China, like Russia, like basically the enemies of the United States. Now, something about Anthropic is obviously they're holding this model because, they're worried because it could lead to serious hacking risks. And the thing about it is based on the people that have allegedly got into it, it seems like nothing bad has really happened so far. These people are just poking around and fucking with the system. But one of the things that has kind of baffled me about this situation too is what the actual CEO of the company has kind of said. So for instance, the actual CEO of Anthropic, who's Dario Amodei, he ends up going and pretty much says at the Financial Times that open source models and Chinese developers could replicate Mythos' capabilities within 6 to 12 months. Now that's fucking insane to read, okay? That's insane for a lot of reasons, because if something like this is already so dangerous, what happens when everyone can download it, right? What happens when everybody can have access to it? For instance, even according to the other individuals that run the technical side of Mythos, they estimated it was probably going to be around like 18 months at the very latest. And the reality of it is that, look, if you look at the industry and you look at the trend of it, right, like a lot of these open source systems are usually 6 to 12 months behind the big frontier guys, right? And I'm talking about big systems like, and I talked about this a few days ago, was like Kimi K2.6, like this, and along with other Chinese models. So you can see 54,000 people downloaded this. It comes at 1.1 trillion parameters. So obviously nobody normal is running this on their gaming computer or even like a workstation. This requires you to have a very, very expensive kit. And ultimately, the reality of it is that it's just available to download. You can download these files right now, and if you have the availability to run this, you can run the actual system on your own, hardware. Now, the thing about it is look, if 6 to 12 months from now, somebody ends up getting something like Mythos Unleashed downloadable right here, like a 500, 600 gigabyte fucking file or a terabyte file, you know what I mean? Like anything of that nature. Nothing stops a government entity, people that have the money to purchase this hardware and build their own AI lab, or, a criminal organization that would invest money into this to download such a model and then use it freely against the world. That is a situation that, again, I'm not here to fearmonger, I'm just giving you the reality of what at least the people behind this model have kind of fucking said too. It's not so uncommon that models like Qwen 3.6, for instance, this came out literally like a day ago, like 1 day ago, and about 500,000 people straight up fucking downloaded this. And they downloaded it, and they're running local, powerful artificial intelligence on their own systems. And the thing about it is, the barrier of entry for a lot of people to do, not just develop programs for their computers, but possibly attack other people has almost kind of diminished, right? Like people who don't have any understanding about computer, like, exploitation, anybody that doesn't understand about like reconnaissance can now start using these local models to help them do things that they would have had to learn before. It's like, imagine having a script kiddie, right? Now imagine having a script kiddie and like a junior coder sitting next to you. The guy who knows how to actually manipulate the code and use the system, that guy's there 24/7, 365. Now imagine if you had somebody with Mythos level intelligence downloaded, sitting on your fucking local system, doing all the hard stuff for you. Now again, a lot of people have also been using obliterated models or uncensored models to do things outside the control of these actual like AIs. So I'm going to show you just a quick example of this. So here I have a little virtual machine right here for you to look at, Sire. I'm going to open up a little terminal for the people watching here, and inside I'm going to fire up something known as Hermes. I've shown you Hermes before. It's a little agent harness you can use, plug in any artificial intelligence you want, and you can basically have it control and do things on your computer. So again, for instance, this is a local artificial intelligence running on my system. It's Qwen 3.0.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like, you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next PoE2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. Like, there's no question of that.
Yeah,
So that was a fucking lie.
Hey guys, EG just dropped massive news for 0.5. We were waiting for this. Finally, the announcement of the announcement is here. They announced the teaser, the reveal date, and the release date, and also the name of the patch. And it is called The Return of the Ancients. There is a lot to talk about this, so let's first watch the teaser, and then we will discuss everything else.
Portland business shutting down, 106 employees laid off. You might say, well, John, businesses close down all the time. This one just bought another business out of state. They appear to be moving out of Portland. And that's why we're covering this. This is yet another company that said, Portland's policy, and hey, we got to take this portion of our business and get the heck.
You've been working on AI safety for 2 decades at least.
Yeah, I was convinced we can make safe AI, but the more I looked at it, the more I realized it's not something we can actually do.
You have made a series of predictions about a variety of different dates. So what is your prediction for 2027?
Dr. Roman Yampolsky is a globally recognized voice on AI safety and associate professor of computer science.
He educates people on the terrifying truth of AI
And what we need to do to save humanity.
In 2 years, the capability to replace most humans in most occupations will come very quickly. I mean, in 5 years, we're looking at a world where we have levels of unemployment we've never seen before. Not talking about 10%, but 99%. And that's without superintelligence, a system smarter than all humans in all domains. So it would be better than us at making new AI. But it's worse than that. We don't know how to make them safe. And yet we still have the smartest people in the world competing to win the race to superintelligence.
But what do you make of people like Sam Altman's journey with AI?
So a decade ago, we published guardrails for how to do AI right. They violated every single one. And he's gambling 8 billion lives on getting richer and more powerful. So I guess some people want to go to Mars, others want to control the universe. But it doesn't matter who builds it. The moment you switch to superintelligence, we will most likely regret it terribly.
And then by 2045...
Now this is where it gets interesting.
Dr. Roman Yampolsky. Let's talk about simulation theory.
I think we are in one. And there is a lot of agreement on this, and this is what you should be doing in it so we don't shut it down. First,
I see messages all the time in the comment section that some of you didn't realize you didn't subscribe. So if you could do me a favor and...
So in the last decade, we actually figured out how to make artificial intelligence better. Turns out, if you add more compute, more data, it just kind of becomes smarter. And so now, smartest people in the world, billions of dollars, all going to create the best possible superintelligence we can. Unfortunately, while we know how to make those systems much more capable, we don't know how to make them safe. How to make sure they don't do something we will regret. And that's the state of the art right now. Then we look at just prediction markets. How soon will we get to advanced AI? The timelines are very short, couple of years, 2-3 years, according to prediction markets according to CEOs of top labs. And at the same time, we don't know how to make sure that those systems are aligned with our preferences. So we are creating this alien intelligence. If aliens were coming to Earth and you had 3 years to prepare, you would be panicking right now. But most people don't even realize this is happening.
So some of the counter-arguments might be, well, these are very, very smart people. These are very big companies with lots of money. They have a obligation and a moral obligation, but also just a legal obligation to make sure they do no harm. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
The only obligation they have is to make money for the investors. That's the legal obligation they have. They have no moral or ethical obligations. Also, according to them, they don't know how to do it yet. The state-of-the-art answers are, we'll figure it out when we get there, or AI will help us control more advanced AI. That's insane.
In terms of probability, what do you think is the probability that something goes catastrophically wrong?
So nobody can tell you for sure what's going to happen. But if you're not in charge, you're not controlling it, you will not get outcomes you want. The space of possibilities is almost infinite. The space of outcomes we will like is tiny.
And who are you and how long have you been working on this?
I'm a computer scientist by training. I have a PhD in computer science and engineering. I probably started work in AI safety, mildly defined as control of bots at the time, 15 years ago.
15 years ago? So you've been working on AI safety before it was cool?
Before the term existed, I coined the term AI safety.
So you're the founder of the term AI safety?
The term, yes, not the field. There are other people who did brilliant work before I got there.
Why were you thinking about this 15 years ago? Because most people have only been talking about the term AI safety for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it started very mildly just as a security project. I was looking at poker bots, and I realized that the bots are getting better and better. And if you just project this forward enough, they're going to get better than us, smarter, more capable. And it happened. They are playing poker way better than average players. But more generally, it will happen with all other domains, all the other cyber resources. I wanted to make sure AI is a technology which is beneficial for everyone. So I started work on making AI safer.
Was there a particular moment in your career where you thought, oh my God?
First 5 years at least, I was working on solving this problem. I was convinced we can make this happen. We can make safe AI. And that was the goal. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized every single component of that equation is not something we can actually do. And the more you zoom in, it's like a fractal. You go in and you find 10 more problems, and then 100 more problems. And all of them are not just difficult, they're impossible to solve. There is no seminal work in this field where, like, we solved this, we don't have to worry about this. There are patches. There are little fixes we put in place, and quickly people find ways to work around them. They jailbreak whatever safety mechanisms we have. So while progress in AI capabilities is exponential, or maybe even hyper-exponential, progress in AI safety is linear or constant. The gap is increasing.
The gap between
how capable the systems are and how well we can control them, predict what they're going to do, explain their decision-making.
I think this is quite an important point because you said that we're basically patching over the issues that we find. So we're developing this core intelligence, and then to stop it doing things or to stop it showing some of its unpredictability or its threats, the companies that are developing this AI are programming in code over the top to say, okay, don't swear, don't say that rude word, don't do that bad thing.
Exactly. And you can look at other examples of that. So HR manuals, right? We have those humans, they're general intelligences, but you want them to behave in a company. So they have a policy, no sexual harassment, no this, no that. But if you're smart enough, you always find a workaround. So you're just pushing behavior into a different, not yet restricted subdomain.
We should probably define some terms here. So there's narrow intelligence, which can play chess or whatever. There's the artificial general intelligence, which can operate across domains, and then superintelligence, which is smarter than all humans in all domains. And where are we?
So that's a very fuzzy boundary, right? We definitely have many excellent narrow systems, no question about it, and they are super intelligent in that narrow domain. So protein folding is a problem which was solved using narrow AI, and it's superior to all humans in that domain. In terms of AGI, again, I said, if we showed what we have today to a scientist from 20 years ago, they would be convinced we have full-blown AGI. We have systems which can learn, they can perform in hundreds of domains, and they're better than human in many of them. So you can argue we have a weak version of AGI. Now, we don't have superintelligence yet. We still have brilliant humans who are completely dominating AI, especially in science and engineering. But that gap is closing so fast. You can see, especially in the domain of mathematics. 3 years ago, large language models couldn't do basic algebra. Multiplying 3-digit numbers was a challenge. Now they're helping with mathematical proofs. They're winning mathematics Olympiads, competitions. They are working on solving millennial problems, hardest problems in mathematics. So in 3 years, we closed the gap from subhuman performance to better than most mathematicians in the world. And we see the same process happening in science and in engineering.
You have made a series of predictions, and they correspond to a variety of different dates. And I have those dates in front of me here. What is your prediction for the year 2027?
We're probably looking at AGI as predicted by prediction markets and tops of the labs.
So we'd have artificial general intelligence by 2027. And how would that make the world different to how it is now?
So if you have this concept of a drop-in employee, you have free labor, physical and cognitive, trillions of dollars of it. It makes no sense to hire humans for most jobs. If I can just get, a $20 subscription or a free model to do what an employee does, first, anything on a computer will be automated. And next, I think humanoid robots are maybe 5 years behind. So in 5 years, all the physical labor can also be automated. So we're looking at a world where we have levels of unemployment we've never seen before. I'm not talking about 10% unemployment, which is scary, but 99%. All you have left is jobs where, for whatever reason, you prefer another human would do it for you. But anything else can be fully automated. It doesn't mean it will be automated in practice. A lot of times, technology exists, but it's not deployed. Video phones were invented in the 70s. Nobody had them until iPhones came around. So we may have a lot more time with jobs and with world which looks like this. Mm-hmm. But capability to replace most humans and most occupations will come very quickly.
Okay, so let's try and drill down into that and stress test it. So a podcaster like me, would you need a podcaster like me?
So let's look at what you do. You prepare, you ask questions, you ask follow-up questions, and you look good on camera.
Thank you so much.
Let's see what we can do. Large language model today can easily read everything I wrote and have very solid understanding. Better, I assume you haven't read every single one of my books. That thing would do it. It can train on every podcast you ever did, so it knows exactly your style, the types of questions you ask. It can also find correspondence between what worked really well, like this type of question really increased views, this type of topic was very promising, so it can optimize, I think, better than you can because you don't have a data set. Of course, visual simulation is trivial at this point.
So you can make a video within seconds of me sat here and...
So we can generate videos of you interviewing anyone on any topic very efficiently, and you just have to get likeness, approval, whatever.
Are there many jobs that you think would remain in a world of AGI? If you're saying AGI is potentially going to be here, whether it's deployed or not, by 2027, what kind... And then, okay, so let's take out of this any physical labor jobs for a second. Are there any jobs that you think a human would be able to do better in a world of AGI still?
So that's the question I often ask people. In a world with AGI, and I think almost immediately we'll get superintelligence as a side effect, So the question really is, in a world of superintelligence, which is defined as better than all humans in all domains, what can you contribute? And so you know better than anyone what it's like to be you. You know what ice cream tastes to you. Can you get paid for that knowledge? Is someone interested in that? Maybe not a big market. There are jobs where you want a human. Maybe you're rich and you want a human accountant for whatever historic reasons. Old people like traditional ways of doing things. Warren Buffett would not switch to AI. He would use his human accountant. But it's a tiny subset of the market. Today, we have products which are man-made in US as opposed to mass-produced in China. And some people pay more to have those. But it's a small subset. It's almost a fetish. There is no practical reason for it. And I think anything you can do on a computer could be automated using that technology.
You must hear a lot of rebuttals to this when you say it, because people experience a huge amount of mental discomfort when they hear that their job, their career, the thing they got a degree in, the thing they invested $100,000 into is going to be taken away from them. So their natural reaction for some people is that cognitive dissonance that, no, you're wrong. AI can't be creative. It's not this, it's not that. It'll never be interested in my job. I'll be fine because. You hear these arguments all the time, right?
It's really funny. I ask people, and I ask people in different occupations. I'll ask my Uber driver, are you worried about self-driving cars? And they go, no. No one can do what I do. I know the streets of New York. I can navigate like no AI. I'm safe. And it's true for any job. Professors are saying this to me. Oh, nobody can lecture like I do. Like, this is so special. But you understand it's ridiculous. We already have self-driving cars replacing drivers. That is not even a question if it's possible. It's like, how soon before you're fired?
Yeah, I mean, I've just been in LA yesterday, and my car drives itself. So I get in the car, I put in where I want to go, and then I don't touch the steering wheel or the brake pedals, and it takes me from A to B, even if it's an hour-long drive without any intervention at all. I actually still park it, but other than that, I'm not driving the car at all. I mean, obviously in LA we also have Waymo now, which means you order it on your phone, and it shows up with no driver in it and takes you to where you want to go.
Oh yeah.
So it's quite clear to see how that is potentially a matter of time. For those people, because we do have some of those people listening to this conversation right now, that their occupation is driving, to offer them and I think driving is the biggest occupation in the world, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure it is the biggest occupation in the world.
One of the top ones, yeah.
What would you say to those people? What should they be doing with their lives? Should they be retraining in something, or what time frame?
So that's the paradigm shift here. Before, we always said this job is going to be automated, retrained to do this other job. But if I'm telling you that all jobs will be automated, then there is no plan B. You cannot retrain. Look at computer science. 2 years ago, we told people, learn to code. You are an artist, you cannot make money, learn to code. Then we realized, oh, AI kind of knows how to code and getting better. Become a prompt engineer. You can engineer prompts for AIs. It's going to be a great job. Get a 4-year degree in it. But then we're like, AI is way better at designing prompts for other AIs than any human. So that's gone. So I can't really tell you right now the hardest thing is design AI agents for practical applications. I guarantee you in a year or two, it's going to be gone just as well. So I don't think there is this occupation needs to learn to do this instead. I think it's more like we as a humanity, then we all lose our jobs. What do? What do we do financially? Who's paying for us? And what do we do in terms of meaning? What do I do with my extra 60, 80 hours a week?
You've thought around this corner, haven't you?
A little bit.
What is around that corner, in your view?
So the economic part seems easy. If you create a lot of free labor, you have a lot of free wealth, abundance, things which are right now not very affordable become dirt cheap, and so you can provide for everyone basic needs. Some people say you can provide beyond basic needs. You can provide very good existence for everyone. The hard problem is, what do you do with all that free time? For a lot of people, their jobs are what gives them meaning in their life, so they would be kind of lost. We see it with people who retire or do early retirement. And for so many people who hate their jobs, they'll be very happy not working. But now you have people who are chilling all day. What happens to society? How does that impact crime rate, pregnancy rate, all sorts of issues? Nobody thinks about. Governments don't have programs prepared to deal with 99% unemployment.
What do you think that world looks like?
Again, I think
what are you going to be doing?
Very important part to understand here is the unpredictability of it. We cannot predict what a smarter than us system will do. And the point when we get to that is often called singularity, by analogy with physical singularity. You cannot see beyond the event horizon. I can tell you what I think might happen, but that's my prediction. It is not what actually is going to happen, because I just don't have cognitive ability to predict a much smarter agent impacting this world. Then you read science fiction. There is never a superintelligence in it actually doing anything, because nobody can write believable science fiction at that level. They either banned AI, like Dune, because this way you can avoid writing about it, or it's like Star Wars. You have this really dumb bots, but nothing superintelligent ever. Because by definition, you cannot predict at that level.
Because by definition of it being super intelligent, it will make its own mind up.
By definition, if it was something you could predict, you would be operating at the same level of intelligence, violating our assumption that it is smarter than you. If I'm playing chess with superintelligence and I can predict every move, I'm playing at that level.
It's kind of like my French bulldog trying to predict exactly what I'm thinking and what I'm going to do.
That's a good cognitive gap. And it's not just he can predict you going to work, you coming back, but he cannot understand why you're doing a podcast. That is something completely outside of his model of the world.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that I go to work. He just sees that I leave the house and doesn't know where I go.
Buy food for him.
What's the most persuasive argument against your own perspective here?
That we will not have unemployment due to advanced technology?
That there won't be this French bulldog human gap in understanding and, I guess, like power and control.
So some people think that we can enhance human minds either through combination with hardware, so something like Neuralink, or through genetic re-engineering to where we make smarter humans.
Yeah.
It may give us a little more intelligence. I don't think we're still competitive in biological form with silicon form. Silicon substrate is much more capable for intelligence. It's faster, it's more easy.
fucking... Alright. No. How the fuck do you turn it on? I don't think that's what I want. Okay. Whatever.
Cool winds.
I could just crap that on the other one. That sounds easier. Oh, so slow. No belts. You. We'll run a few maps. You. And you.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
And the belt.
Hi.
You know, I really want to put a headhunter on him. I don't think I could afford one. Aura effect would be nice. $2,000 chaos. $30. That's 6. What do I have? Precision? Yeah. That's cool. I don't need malevolence. Oh, what will that do to my... Alright. That's not bad.
Hello my boys, good morning. Today I will show you another profitable Guardian map farming setup with Destructive Play. So this is a strategy that I've also been doing for the last 2 leagues. And it revolves Mirror of Delirium on top of doing Destructive Play Guardians. Also with other content on top. So this is what to expect as you see on the screen. Now let's jump into it. So my boys, let's start it in a logical order. Let's start with the loot, see what we can get out of this farm. Then I will explain the Atlas skill tree. Then I will explain the juicing in terms of scarabs and give you some tricks and also do a gameplay showcase. So let's go here on my YouTube channel. And this is the video that I made 2 patches ago for page 325. Pretty much is the same loot. So what to expect out of this farm? A lot of influence maps for the Elder, Shaper, synthesized maps, Guardian maps, etc. You get Maven Wreaths because we're gonna do the Maven Arena at the end. So you get Christian Splinters and Maven Wreaths. You get a lot of chisels, some of them are expensive. Now, also you get Awakened Orbs, you get fragments for Shaper. We're gonna run only Shaper Guardian maps and I will explain in a second why. We want to supplement it with Delirium this time. We're gonna take normal Mirror of Delirium. And this will generate a lot of simulacrums and simulacrum splinters. In addition to this, a lot of delirium orbs that you can sell. Now, for this variation, I will not go with heist, yeah? So we don't get bored. Actually, we will go with beyond, yeah? So we will get tainted currency, like divine teardrop, tainted orb of fusing, etc. So now let's inspect the skill tree, see what's all about. So my boys, let's start with the core of the strategy, which is this keystone here, Destructive Play. So we're farming Guardian maps with Destructive Play with extra content on top. There are multiple variations of Guardian map farming, and this is one of them. So you put on the map device Maven Witness. When you reach the final boss, Maven will spawn extra bosses that you can defeat for extra loot, especially those influenced maps. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Here we have this node for extra chance to find Conqueror maps. Here we have this node for extra chance to find Elder and Shaper maps. And this node for extra chance to find synthesized maps that we can run or we can sell. That's pretty much it. Now, in addition to the Guardian map farming, I supplemented this content with Mirror of Delirium. So at the start of the map, we're gonna have a Mirror of Delirium that we're gonna take for extra loot. Yeah, let's see if I can explain something here. We're gonna talk about all of them. So here you get more Simulacrum Splinters. Here, when you defeat the map boss, you get one extra row of rewards, which is very useful. So you'll have the Mirror of Delirium until the end. You defeat the boss, you get one extra row of rewards, which is pretty good. See, this one, here you have a chance to generate more rewards as you progress the Delirium Fog, which is good. We take all these small nodes to guarantee that we have Delirium in our maps. Here will help with cluster jewels, here will help with normal Delirium orbs, yeah? Here we take this node to have more chance to find Delirium in our maps, and this one will make sure that, you know, I don't know what build you're playing, but if your build is slow, the Mirror of Delirium can stop, which you don't want. And this will slow down the Mirror of Delirium, will make it easier so you don't lose it, yeah? Good. Let's see what else I took here. We supplemented also with Beyond and Shrines. So these shrines, let's talk about shrines first. Shrines will help you with the Mirror of Delirium because not only that you'll get buffs, but will spawn extra monsters. By killing those extra monsters, it will guarantee that you will reach 99% of the times 9 reward tiers, which is important. The more reward tiers, the more loot you get. So in addition to the Simulacrum Splinters, which usually should be more than 100 per map that you run, you also can get good currency like Divine Orbs, you get Stagdes, you get other things. Yeah, so it's good. So it's not only about the Simulacrum Splinters. You want to kill monsters to get a lot of Delirium progress. So that's why we're gonna take the Shrine nodes. Plus it will make it easier because the Shrines will give you buffs. Yeah. In addition to this, we take Beyond. Beyond also has synergy with Mirror of Delirium. Because it spawns extra monsters that will give you Delirium progress. Here I opted to actually go for the Beyond boss. Because if you kill it, not only that you will get a buff from this one, but you also get tainted currency. So by putting Beyond, you get extra currency that you can sell. So you can make tainted orb of fusing, you can get tainted divine dirt drops, tainted mythic orbs, etc. This is useful. Tainted chaos orb, etc. So yeah, well, I'm gonna supplement it with Beyond this time, not heist.
That's good.
It's pretty easy, but if you see a Beyond boss appearing, you should kill it because you get a powerful buff, and that
3,
boss
2, 1.
usually drops 3-4 tainted currency that you can pick up and sell. So yeah, we're gonna trigger Beyond with a Scarab. So I'm not gonna waste my points into these things here at the top. So I'm not taking Beyond chance. We'll trigger it with the Scarab. You'll see in a second. Let's see what else I took here. We have these nodes here with improved Labyrinth Trials. We're gonna take it. Gift of the Goddess and Dedication of the Goddess are expensive and will only raise up in price as the league progresses. Why not? For just 4 points, it's just too good. I actually take it in most of my strategies because it's too good. You're gonna see improved Labyrinth Trial. You go inside. You get the offering at the end and that's it. Usually complete it fast, like 1 minute. So why not? This is the setup that I made. You'll have the Atlas PoE planner in the description of this beautiful video. Good. Now my boys, let's do a test run and explain the Scarab for juicing. So for juicing, we need to use the following Scarabs. Here are the Delirium. You want 2 Delirium of Mania. This will make it that the rewards get completed faster. And here will give you more rewards. So 2 of Paranoia and 1 of Beyond. This one, this is cheap, Beyond. Now, remember here, if this will skyrocket in price, so usually after I publish the video, the Delirium Scarab Paranoia will skyrocket in price always. You can do it like this. Remember this thing. You'll put a setup like this. You'll remove 1 Paranoia, and later when it drops again in price, you can use 2, because it's more rewarding. Also, I need to point out that these Scarabs will make the encounter much more harder. So you need a bossing build. This is no joke. So I don't know what build you're playing, you need a strong build to do this strategy because the Paranoia Scarabs will make the bosses harder. Much more harder than regular. Yeah. So yeah, be careful. Gift of the Goddess and Dedication. What else I took here? We supplemented also with Beyond and Shrines. So these shrines, let's talk about shrines first. Shrines will help you with the Mirror of Delirium because not only that you'll get buffs, but will spawn extra monsters. By killing those extra monsters, it will guarantee that you will reach 99% of the times 9 reward tiers, which is important. The more reward tiers, the more loot you get. So in addition to the Simulacrum Splinters, which usually should be more than 100 per map that you run,
we need to cut the API count down to 1 replicas. But I was gonna do something. I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh, Wealthy Exile. That's right. Pew!
Exile.
Let's just run some maps. Nope. One, two, three, 4, 5.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
And then Regal. Alrighty. You. 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 You.
Ahoy there.
We need one more Maven. We need a Sulfite. bunch of these.
What are we shipping today?
Reach. Let's do 100. Let's do 50.
All in order. I'll let you know.
I don't want to save those. I don't know about you. You. And you. You. All right, so we have that set. So that is now.
Practice makes perfect. I can't do this just yet.
I'll find more. Good.
Christ, I have a lot of those.
Take this vitality burn.
They are coming.
Uh-oh.
I can't do this just yet.
I wonder which one I'm on.
Approach.
More. Exo, got find more.
Choose what you wish. Destroy the enemy.
I can't do this just yet.
I think I have a bunch of those gem cutters now. I can probably redo all of my skills, get them up.
See.
One at a time. We need more of the sakes.
You've done well. Make your wish. The battle begins.
I can't do this just yet.
chain is broken.
More exile and find more. We need more of this exile.
I can't do this just yet.
Hello.
Hey.
Entertain me. Life is so brittle. Handle this. Resist the assault. Handle this. Time to up the state amount of my might. Another challenger. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Handle this. Until next time. can't be kept waiting.
You've got a fez. Oh. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello?
What are we shipping today?
Sheesh.
Forlorn and sorrow-filled, this once opulent ruin conceals the sins of a fallen line.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I can't do this just yet.
Quickly, Nico. Quickly, Nico. Quickly. They're waiting.
You've done well. Choose what you wish. The battle begins.
Forlorn and sorrow-filled, this once opulent ruin conceals the sins of a fallen line.
My spirit is spent.
The Afanut shall overcome!
Why do you aid this bound criminal?
I can't do this just yet.
A legendary battle.
Grip of the Infinite.
Maybe that one will be better.
I can't do this just yet.
How much are Baria maps?
Ah.
Jungle Valley. Let's check you.
One at a time.
31. We've got plenty.
Verdant canopies shroud the world in darkness.
I can't do this just yet.
We know more of this. Oh, a lot more.
Make your wish.
Increased rarity? Or onslaught and adrenaline?
An interesting choice.
Verdant canopies shroud the world in darkness.
I can't do this just yet. Didn't even break a sweat.
worlds are not yours.
Tempo tears.
Is that it then? I think that's it.
I can't do this just yet.
One at a time.
One more. Summit? I think that's the one I want.
Your life will leave no trace.
You've done well. Quickly, Nico, quickly. They're waiting.
I can't do this just yet.
Quickly, Nico, quickly.
Why is that still open?
Feel your life drain away. Mortal flesh is so fallible.
Choose what you wish. Destroy the enemy.
Go on, let me through.
Nothing you have done was real.
Uh-oh.
I can't do this just yet.
Zara will not like this.
One at a time.
One more. Aw, fuck. I didn't mean to do this one again.
I can't do this just yet.
More of these things are. We need more of this XR. A lot more.
Ready yourself. What is your desire? An interesting choice.
You are nothing but a pawn.
I can't do this just yet.
You fight like a Dakara.
Play naked quickly. There, right.
I can't do this just yet.
I greet you once again. She will soon bear fruit. She will soon bear fruit. Yes, just like that.
I can't do this just yet.
Who goes?
Nashta, it is time to come home.
You know I cannot, sister. My soul yearns for freedom.
You could try.
I cannot live under those tyrants.
I understand. I will give you the only freedom I can.
My spirit is spent.
For freedom! Heart's flame! I would rather die than go back. Thank you, Adia. Sister.
You fought well, Nashta. I am proud of you.
Exile.
Hello. Hey.
Don't forget, you've got a bit of treasure to fetch. I'm here.
Could really use more items to Hail! Oh, this one'll make great dust. Oh, it's you. This one will make great dust.
Come on, Isla, think it through. What can I do?
fucking hate drowning orbs.
I can't do this just yet. You die rather well.
Approach. Choose what you wish. Do what you must, Shingak.
You are fighting a vast ocean with your bare hands.
Your interference ends here.
You will know pain. Inevitable. I will bathe this world in blood.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Oh, shit! Oh, that's terrible.
Legendary greeting.
Impressive, but futile. You will know pain! Be gone! Inevitable! Beckons just beyond the door. You will know pain! Inevitable!
Holy shit!
Be gone! I will bathe this world in blood! Impressive, but futile. Maiden beckons just beyond the door.
Relics of a forbidden past, hidden away, forgotten.
I can't do this just yet.
You've done well. Make your wish. Do what you must, Shingak.
Relics of a forbidden past, hidden away, forgotten.
Why do you aid this bound criminal?
battle has been won!
I can't do this just yet.
You will know pain! I will bathe this world in blood!
My spirit is spent.
Impressive, but futile. You will know pain! A fresh meal? Time to burn!
can't do this just yet.
Fresh meal. Time to burn. A fresh meal. Time to burn. Time to burn. Time to burn. A fresh meal. You will know pain.
Inevitable.
I will bathe this world in blood. Impressive, but futile.
I cannot die. You know this.
Time to burn.
Relics of a forbidden past.
Why don't you lay down your weapons and talk it over?
I can't do this just yet.
A fresh meal. Time to burn! Time to burn! Die! fresh meal. Time to burn! Time to burn!
I can't do this just yet.
Uh-oh.
You will know pain! Be gone! Inevitable! I will bathe this world in blood! Impressive, but futile.
You've accomplished nothing.
Time to burn!
Hail, he, see. The wildwood can be shared.
Make your wish. Do what you must, Jingak.
Relics of a forbidden past, hidden away.
I can't do this just yet.
Are you the fisherman, or are you the bait?
Leave none alive.
Fresh meal. Zera will not like this.
I can't do this just yet.
Ready yourself. Choose what you wish. So be it. The battle has been won. You will know pain! Inevitable! I will bathe this world in blood!
I can't do this just yet.
Impressive, but futile. Swift death! Inevitable!
Beckons just beyond the door.
Varasta. You will fail. Box. Yeah, give yourself to the darkness. We shall have vengeance. Oh, if only this were truly the end. Varasta. You will fail. Drown in the blackness of your own soul. Yeah, give yourself to the darkness. Plague the sands.
Annihilate them.
Oh, if only this were truly the end. If you seek death, you have found it. We shall have vengeance. Plague the sands. Yeah, give yourself to the darkness. Oh, death is no escape for me. You seek to stop us. You have no idea what you face. We shall have vengeance. Box. Yeah, give yourself to the darkness. Death to the Vashtieri. Time is a prison for both of us. You seek to stop us. You have no idea what you face. Vengeance. Plague the sands. Yeah, give yourself to the darkness. shall have vengeance. The enemy. Oh, if only this were truly the end.
Greetings. Journey well.
30 fucking seconds.
While the entire world is looking the other way at Japan, Kalawia's south rim is doing something it has never done in 44 eruption cycles. 44 times, Kalawia ran the same cycle: inflate, erupt, deflate, repeat. Like a geological heartbeat so reliable that scientists started calling it predictable. Then episode 44 broke the pattern. No warning, no precedent. Just a quiet swarm of earthquakes appearing in the wrong place. An inch of ground lifting where it has no business lifting, and the US Geological Survey publishing 3 words that should stop you cold. The cause is uncertain. Meanwhile, and I want you to hold this thought, a second supervolcano in Italy just produced its own seismic pulse, its own gas anomalies, resulting in school evacuations. I know how that sounds, but what I'm going to show you is not a conspiracy. It is a documented observation, and it gets stranger the deeper you go. Before we begin, if you genuinely enjoy what we do here at Project Nightwatch, hit like and subscribe because this story has an active observation window running right now and we are not leaving it. Drop a comment, tell me where you are watching from, and tell me this. The most sophisticated volcanic monitoring network on Earth is producing data that its own models cannot explain. That is not a malfunction. That is a discovery. The question is, are we ready for what it is discovering? Tell me what you think. Now, let's get into this. Part 1. The hidden signal in plain sight. Something moved underneath Hawaii last week and almost nobody noticed. Not because it was small, not because the instruments missed it, but because every seismologist, every science journalist, every algorithm tracking tectonic stress on the planet had their attention locked onto a single point in the Pacific, a point that wasn't Hawaii. While the Japan Trench was generating headlines, and the Japan Meteorological Agency's megaquake advisory was still active, while aftershock sequences from the M7.5 Iwate-Oki event were still rolling through the global seismic network like thunder after a storm you thought had passed, Kilauea did something quiet, something structurally strange, something that the United States Geological Survey could not cleanly explain. And that almost never happens. Think about what it takes to make the USGS say that. These are the people who monitor one of the most instrumentally saturated volcanoes on the planet. Kilauea has sensors buried in its flanks, tilt meters listening for millimeter-scale ground movement, GPS arrays measuring the swelling and breathing of the magma system beneath it, with sub-centimeter precision. They have been watching this volcano cycle through eruption episodes since January, like a mechanical clock. Inflate, erupt, deflate, repeat. 44 times. With a regularity that was becoming almost comfortable, almost predictable, almost boring if something capable of erupting lava from the summit of Hawaii can ever be called boring. And then something shifted. The USGS Hawaiian Volcano Observatory, HVO, the people who live and breathe Kilauea data, logged 15 shallow earthquakes. Magnitude 2 or below, so small that if they had happened under a city no one would have felt them. But location is everything in volcanology. Where a signal appears matters more than how loud it is. And these 15 earthquakes were not appearing in the right place. They were appearing roughly 1 mile beneath the south rim of Halemaumau crater, not beneath the main summit vents where the active eruption system is centered. Not aligned with the established geometry of the magma reservoir that has been feeding 44 eruption episodes in a row. They were displaced, shifted south, into the caldera margin, a region that in normal cycle behavior is not supposed to be generating its own independent seismic signal at this depth and in this cluster pattern. You might be wondering why a cluster of tiny earthquakes a mile underground is worth talking about at all. So let me explain the problem. When a magma system is operating normally, when it is doing the thing it has been doing reliably for months, its seismic signals follow the geometry of the system. Pressure builds where the reservoir is. The ground moves where the plumbing dictates. Earthquakes appear along the fault structures and stress pathways that experience has mapped and catalogued. Everything is spatially coherent. Everything is where you expect it. What HVO was seeing was spatially incoherent. The earthquakes were appearing outside the expected mechanical envelope of the system, and they weren't alone. Simultaneous with the seismic swarm, ground deformation instruments detected uplift in the same South Rim region. Not microradians, the tiny angular measurement units that volcanologists usually use to describe tilt changes. Inches. Actual vertical displacement of the ground surface, measurable in terms a non-scientist can visualize. The Earth above the south rim of Halemaumau was physically rising. And here is where the story starts to fracture open, because that combination, shallow seismicity plus local uplift, in a region that sits outside the established pressure center of the magma system, is not a pattern that maps cleanly onto the Kealauia playbook. It is not the signature of the normal inflation eruption deflation cycle. It is something else. Something that had not appeared in the data across the previous 44 episodes. To understand why that matters, you need to understand just how consistent episode 1 through 44 had been. Every single cycle followed the same mechanical script. Magma pressure builds in the reservoir system, beneath Halemaumau. Instruments detect inflation. The ground domes upward as magma accumulates, like pressing your thumb into the underside of a balloon. That inflation builds until a threshold is crossed. Lava breaks to the surface through the established vent system, and the eruption releases the pressure, then deflation, then quiet, then the cycle begins again. It is for a superheated system of molten rock operating miles beneath the surface, remarkably orderly. Episode 44 broke the script. It ended without reaching the full pressurization signature that the previous 43 episodes had consistently produced. The expected peak, the threshold inflation that signals imminent eruption, was not observed. The cycle terminated early, as if something had interrupted the pressure accumulation before it could complete, and precisely during the transition into the precursor window for episode 45, the South Rim anomaly appeared. 15 anomalous earthquakes, local ground uplift, outside the expected geometry, during an already anomalous cycle break. The system was behaving, for the first time in 44 cycles, as if it had more than one pressure center, and nobody could tell you why. That alone would be enough to raise an eyebrow. But the USGS did something that made volcanologists sit up straighter. They acknowledged it, in writing. They described the spatial anomaly, the deformation signal, the seismic cluster, and then they used a phrase that almost never appears in official monitoring communications about an active, well-instrumented volcano in the middle of an ongoing eruption sequence. The cause is uncertain. 3 words. But in the language of institutional science, those 3 words are not small. They are an alarm. Not the kind of alarm that means run for your life, but the kind of alarm that means the model is broken, and we need to be honest about that. The question is what exactly broke, and the answer to that question is what we're going to spend the next hour unpacking. Part 2, the sentence that changed the tone. When a government scientific agency publicly uses uncertainty language about an active volcano, there are only 2 possible interpretations. Either the instruments failed, which is the benign reading, or the system is doing something the instruments can see perfectly clearly, but cannot explain within the existing theoretical framework. Instrument failure at HVO is not the explanation here. The USGS Hawaiian Volcano Observatory operates one of the most comprehensive volcanic monitoring networks on Earth. Their seismometer arrays are calibrated, their GPS ground deformation stations are functioning, their tilt meters are online, the data is clean, the data is reliable. The data is telling them something, and what it is telling them does not match the predictive model they have been using to successfully forecast Kealauia's behaviour across 44 consecutive eruption episodes. That is not a data problem. That is a physics problem. Let me be very specific about what the HVO statement included, because the structure of that statement is itself informative. They acknowledged the seismic swarm, they acknowledged the ground deformation, they acknowledged the spatial displacement, the fact that the signals were appearing in the South Rim region rather than beneath the summit vents, and then, having acknowledged all of that, they declined to explain it, not because they lacked data, because the data they had was not fitting the interpretive framework they had available. In science, that moment, the moment when good data stops matching the good model, is not a failure, it is a discovery, the uncomfortable kind. Here is what makes the episode 44 break so significant. Every prior cycle had demonstrated a consistent pressurization behavior. Magma accumulates, pressure climbs. The system crosses a threshold, a mechanical tipping point where the pressure exceeds the structural resistance of the overlying rock, and the lava finds a path to the surface. That threshold appears in the deformation record as a characteristic inflation peak. Volcanologists at HVO could watch the tilt meters and GPS stations and say with reasonable confidence, "We are at 70% of threshold, we are at 90%, eruption is imminent." Episode 44 did not reach that peak. The inflation curve flattened before it should have, and the eruption cycle ended. Incomplete, truncated, without the expected pressure release that 43 previous cycles had provided. That has implications. If the pressure was not fully released, where did it go? Did it stall in the reservoir? Did it migrate laterally? Did it redistribute into a secondary pathway that the monitoring network had not previously needed to track because it had never been activated? The South Rim anomaly emerging precisely as episode 44 ended and episode 45 began to form is not a coincidence that any serious volcanologist is ignoring. 3 interpretive families have opened up in response to this situation, and each of them tells a different story about what Kilauea is doing. The first is intrusion. Under this model, some portion of the magma that would normally have fed a complete eruption cycle instead migrated laterally, not upward toward the summit vents, but outward, sideways, into the shallow rock structure beneath the south rim of the caldera. This is not unprecedented at Kilauea. The volcano has a long history of lateral intrusion events, particularly into its east rift zone, and some of those intrusions have been followed by significant eruptions in unexpected locations. If the south rim signal is an intrusion, the question becomes whether it stalls there, dissipates slowly, or continues migrating. The second is hydrothermal overpressure. Under this model, the signal is not magma at all, it is water. Superheated water, pressurized by the geothermal heat of the underlying system, filling cracks and voids in the shallow rock structure and generating the kind of localized uplift and seismicity that looks, at the instrument level, like it could be either magmatic or hydrothermal. Hydrothermal systems can produce surprisingly dramatic ground deformation without any magma movement whatsoever. This model does not require magma migration, which makes it structurally simpler, but it also does not explain the coincident timing with the episode 44 break. The third is stress redistribution. Under this model, something external has shifted the tectonic stress field in the region, and the South Rim anomaly is a response, a stress transfer effect rather than an internal magmatic or hydrothermal event. This is the model that makes people look toward Japan, toward the M7.5 Iwateoki event, toward the possibility that the energy released in a major subduction zone earthquake on the other side of the Pacific could have perturbed stress fields in a volcanic system 6,000 miles away. That third model is also, among the 3, currently the weakest from a physics standpoint. The energy transfer mechanisms across that distance are not well supported by the existing literature, but it remains in the hypothesis space because the alternative, that 3 independent seismic and volcanic systems showed elevated anomalous behavior simultaneously due entirely to unrelated internal causes, is a coincidence that researchers are not yet comfortable simply accepting. The critical insight here is this: the USGS did not use uncertainty language because they don't have data. They used it because the data they have is telling them the system is doing something outside the calibrated predictive regime, something that their model, the model that worked perfectly for 44 cycles, is no longer adequate to describe. That is not a reason to panic, but it is a reason to pay very close attention, because what happens in the next window of observation will either restore the model or require us to build a new one. And somewhere in the middle of trying to figure out what Kilauea's south rim is doing, there is a second caldera, older, slower, and in its own way, far more dangerous to far more people. Part 3. The geometry problem. No one can ignore. Every magma system has a geometry, a spatial arrangement of reservoirs, conduits, rift zones, and structural weaknesses that defines how pressure moves through the system and where it is most likely to express itself. For Kilauea, that geometry has been mapped with extraordinary precision over decades of eruption monitoring, ground deformation surveys, and seismic imaging. The magma reservoir beneath Halema-Umu sits at a known location. The conduit network connecting the reservoir to the surface vents has been traced. The expected deformation patterns, where the ground should rise, where it should drop, how quickly, by how much, are well understood. The South Rim anomaly violates that geometry. Let's be precise about the contradiction. From April 9th onward, summit inflation was continuing at Kilauea. Cumulative summit uplift of approximately 16.5 microradians, a meaningful ongoing pressurization signal centered in the established reservoir region. Normal behavior, expected behavior, the kind of inflation that precedes an eruption episode and that fits the model cleanly. At the same time, the South Rim, offset from the main reservoir geometry, was producing its own localized uplift and a shallow seismic swarm at approximately 1 mile depth. Here is the physical problem with that picture. If magma is migrating laterally from the main reservoir toward the South Rim, if the South Rim signal represents a lateral pressure branch, then that migration should be drawing pressure away from the main reservoir. Physics dictates that fluid moving from one chamber into an adjacent space reduces the pressure in the source chamber. You would expect to see summit deflation, or at minimum, a reduction in the summit inflation rate. That is not what the instruments showed. Summit inflation continued. South Rim uplift occurred simultaneously. Two pressure signatures, both positive, both ongoing, appearing to operate independently of each other. A single connected reservoir doesn't do that. If Kilauea's magma system were a simple single chamber, you would see coordinated deformation, pressure builds uniformly, releases uniformly, and the ground moves in spatially coherent patterns across the whole system. What HVO was documenting was spatially incoherent. Two regions of the caldera showing positive deformation simultaneously, independently, without the cross-system coupling that a single reservoir would produce. This points towards something that is actually not shocking to magma system researchers, but that has significant implications for how Kilauea's behavior gets forecast. Kilauea may be operating as a multi-reservoir system, not a single magma chamber, but a network of at least partially compartmentalized pressure zones that can behave semi-independently under certain conditions. The main reservoir continues to inflate and feed summit eruption cycles, and somewhere beneath the South Rim, a secondary pocket, either a magmatic branch, a hydrothermal system, or a shallow stress compartment, is accumulating its own pressure independently. If that is the case, the predictive model that has worked reliably for 44 cycles is fundamentally incomplete. It has been successfully forecasting the behavior of the primary reservoir system, but it was not designed to track a secondary system that may have been dormant or below detection threshold, or simply not activated until now. There is a contextual note worth adding here, because it reinforces the complexity of the larger Hawaiian volcanic system. In the same observation window, Mauna Loa, the massive shield volcano that shares the big island of Hawaii with Kilauea, and which has its own independent eruption history and magma plumbing, showed a mild increase in shallow seismic activity. Mauna Loa and Kilauea are not the same volcano. They are fed by different magmatic sources at depth, and eruption events at one do not straightforwardly cause eruption events at the other. But they share a geological neighbourhood, and stress changes in the regional volcanic system can have cross-system effects that remain poorly understood. The Mauna Loa signal is being treated as background noise by HVO, not causally linked to the Keia-Lauea South Rim anomaly, but structurally relevant to the broader picture of a volcanic system, showing multiple simultaneous anomalies across its components. The rift zone comparison is also worth raising. Kilauea has two major rift zones, the East Rift Zone and the Southwest Rift Zone, and some of its most dramatic historical eruptions have involved lateral magma migration along these structural features rather than simple summit eruptions. The 2018 Lower East Rift Zone eruption destroyed over 700 homes and reshaped the summit caldera in one of the most spectacular geological events in recent American history. That eruption began with intrusive activity that migrated eastward along established rift pathways. What makes the current South Rim anomaly different and important is that the deformation signal appears localized and non-migratory. It is not moving, It is not propagating along a rift pathway in a directional way that would suggest active lateral migration toward a surface eruption point. It is sitting, pressurizing locally, which could mean several things. It could be an intrusion that stalled, a hydrothermal pocket that inflated rapidly and is now slowly equilibrating, or the early pre-migration stage of a process that has not yet developed enough to show directional movement. The model cannot distinguish between those possibilities with current data, and that, the inability to discriminate between fundamentally different physical scenarios, is the geometry problem that no one can ignore. The instruments are reading the signal is clear. But the interpretation space is wide open, and in the science of active volcanoes, wide open interpretation space is exactly where surprises live. What is not in doubt is this: the system is showing pressure in a place that pressure is not supposed to appear. That sentence deserves to sit with you for a moment, because it is the foundation of everything that follows. Part 4. The first pattern. Break in 44 cycles. 44 is not just a number. In the context of Kalawia's current eruption sequence, 44 represents something remarkable, a degree of behavioral consistency that almost never exists in natural systems operating at the scale and energy level of an active caldera. From January of this sequence onward, every eruption episode at Kalawia followed the same mechanical progression: inflation, the slow, measurable swelling of the ground above the magma reservoir as pressure accumulated; threshold crossing, the point where internal pressure overcame structural resistance, and lava found its path to the surface; eruption, the effusive release of lava through the established vent system in the summit caldera; deflation, the rapid or gradual subsidence of the ground as the pressure reservoir emptied; quiet, then inflation again; inflation, threshold.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. Although this video is also going to touch on Path of Exile 1, more on that later because there has been a delay for Path of Exile 2. Also, fun fact, I have got some sort of cold/flu/COVID thing. Don't know exactly what it is. It's not that bad, but it does mean my voice is a little bit funny at the moment. Granny Games today made an announcement. That announcement is that Path of Exile 2's expansion is being delayed. 0.5.0, which is going to be called Return of the Ancients. Previously, we had been expecting this to be announced for the 30th of April for the live stream announcement and the 8th of May for the actual start of the league. Now, there were two reasons that was starting to look pretty unlikely. The first of these reasons is that there just wasn't really much time left until an April 30 announcement day. And one of the things with these announcements is that they're the biggest marketing Grinding Gear Games does. Marketing only works if people are paying attention to it, and it's not just the super fans that Grinding Gear Games need to be tuning into this, it's also the lapsed players. It's also the people that are like, oh, maybe that sounds interesting, but I haven't got around to trying it yet. What they need to do is have enough teasers in the interim that all of the most enfranchised players are not just paying attention to the game, but they're talking about it again. They're evangelizing to their friends that might have already played the game in the past, and as a result, there's time for that news to spread. Well, April 30th, there kind of wasn't that much time for it to spread. However, May 7th, there is. So that's the first reason that they delayed it. The second reason they delayed it is that there is going to be a major expansion in the largest competing game in the genre, Diablo 4, which is going to be coming out on the 28th of April. Now, even if this expansion ends up being disappointing, chances are a lot of people who are in the audience of both games are going to be paying more attention to Diablo 4 on that day than they will be to Path of Exile 2. And as a result, I feel like it was one of those cases where if the Diablo 4 expansion is extremely good, then the GGG live event will just be buried in good news about Diablo 4. If the Diablo 4 expansion is a complete flop, then the Path of Exile expansion will just end up being buried in news about D4 Bad. And if it's somewhere in between, chances are people who are having fun with Diablo 4 are just going to be paying more attention to playing that game than they are with coming over and giving GGG Live's event a watch. Ultimately, it wasn't a date that looked like it was going to work that well for them, and they've chosen a new one. But they've also done something a bit unprecedented here, and that is that they've got a wider gap, a much wider gap in fact, between the live stream and the actual release. So the GGG Live event is on the 7th of May in the USA and similar time zones, 8th of May for me over in Australia, but the actual league start itself is 22 days later. So it's going to be on the 29th or the 30th, depending on where you are in the world. Personally for me, as someone with plans that were really set in stone for the 16th of May, this is an absolute relief. This means I will not end up missing out on several hours during the day on the launch of the expansion, but it is also quite a bit later than a lot of us were expecting. Worth noting how unprecedented this is. Every single time since Grinding Gear Games have settled into this GGG Live format, it's always been 8 days from GGG Live to league start, with the exception of one time. And that was the one time that 8 days before Grinding Gear Games' league start was exactly the time that Last Epoch's league was launching. This would have ended up going pretty badly for both games, and they both had a significant overlap in shareholders at the time. As a result, Grinding Gear Games pulled forward the GGG Live event by a day. Now, GGG also put out a Return of the Ancients announcement teaser. This really doesn't have much information in it, except just for a thematic image of an absolutely monstrously large tower rising from the ground. Presumably this is not anything related to the tower mechanics that exist or have existed in the past in various different formats in Path of Exile 2. Presumably it's something akin to the Burning Monolith, at least that's what it looks like. But the scope of this tower is one of the biggest things you will ever see. It starts out zoomed incredibly in, where you're looking at a statue up close, and that statue itself is quite large. And then you get this sense that this structure that you see in the background here is possibly 10 kilometers tall or more. And it just bursts through the ground. It looks really cool, but it doesn't really have any more information in it than that. Now, everything that I've talked about so far has been exclusive to Path of Exile 2, but I did mention there was going to be some Path of Exile 1 news in this, and that is because Path of Exile 2 has been delayed. I figure the best thing to fill up the interim with is going to be a Path of Exile 1 event. Now, I haven't worked out exactly what this is going to be, but I do plan to run a private league, and I'm considering starting this my Saturday lunchtime. So this is the same day of the week as league starts, the same time approximately, but 6 hours later. So if league starts for you are normally about 2 p.m. on a Friday, then expect this to start about 8 p.m. on a Friday. If league starts for you are typically 2 a.m. on a Saturday, then expect this to be about 8 a.m. on a Saturday. And if, like me, they're normally 6 a.m., then you can get your beauty sleep and then get up for a midday start. However, I still need to brainstorm a few things about this. What I'm going to do is put a link down in the description below to my Discord, and I'm going to be discussing things over there. My general thoughts, though, would be that this private league would have a very, very minor difficulty modifier and otherwise be essentially Mirage with a new economy. So that's something I'm thinking of running starting this Friday or Saturday, depending where in the world you are, and then going forward for maybe 20 days. And that really ends up being the Path of Exile 1 news part of this video. I'm going to leave it there. My Evalobs have interesting results, and down in the description, you'll find that Discord link if you're interested in finding out more about my private league or potentially shaping some of the discussions about what it might be.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you caught me in the middle of the night playing some SOCOM 2 on the old PlayStation. Now, you know, what is you would think that a 20-plus-year-old game probably has nobody playing online. And you're actually almost right about it. There's actually a community of like 20, 30 people that come together probably every night to play the super old PS2 game. And I decided to modify my PlayStation 2, change some settings around, and connect to this server and have a good, fun night. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's possible because this game isn't dead. I can't say that for every single game that we played, but if you know me, game preservation is really important. And obviously, campaigns like Stop Killing Games are something I want to promote. Now this is like the third video very recently that I've talked about this, and if you're wondering why I'm super passionate, it's because I actually think Stop Killing Games can change the way gaming is preserved in the future. But I do want to make this video as sort of a video that shows you examples of games being preserved. I actually want to deconstruct a lot of Pirate Software's words and basically show why Stop Killing Games actually matters, and why we shouldn't give up on this initiative just because some people want to be contrarians. Now, if you go to StopKillingGames.com, you will notice that it has, as of right now, about 695,000 signatures, meaning that this initiative is climbing incredibly fast. By the time we're finished this video, we might even get closer to 70%. Who knows? I'll actually look back at this by the time we're signing off. Now, for anybody that, needs a quick rundown of what's been going on, obviously Ross from Accursed Farms made a video about a week ago where he talked about Stop Killing Games and how they were on the last leg of the initiative. In fact, right now, it is the last month for this initiative, meaning that we literally just have a month to get those signatures. Now, it doesn't matter if you get the 999,999 signatures, you need the full million. So a big question is, obviously, for anybody in my audience that's from the EU or the United Kingdom, there will be links in the description below that you can go to, which will allow you to sign up and get those signatures. And again, only do this if you're from those areas. Please do not falsely fill out signatures if you don't actually belong in those areas. There is nothing more detrimental to this campaign than doing something like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, just remember, if you got friends and family, even if they don't play video games, this initiative actually goes far beyond video games and has the implications of doing way more.
Now, the reason why this initiative matters for all of us is that Europe represents around 15% of the world's GDP, meaning it's not an irrelevant economy. If something happens in Europe where game companies are effectively forced to give us end-of-life plans, they will have to effectively downstream this to the entire world. So whether you live in the United States, whether you live in Canada, whether you live in India, whether you live anywhere in the world, you will be benefited from European actions and regulations. Just understand that, again, if game companies, unless they're being deliberately malicious, when a game ends, you can play that game at its end of life. And even if it's locked to the European Union, nothing stops you from downloading the end of life build from Europe and using it anywhere else in the world. So we all benefit. Unfortunately, though, only the EU can sign.
So again, Ross from Accursed Farms made a video about a week ago where he talked about Stop Killing Games. They're on the end of this journey, and a big part of his video was talking about Pirate Software and his unfortunate negative attitude regarding this actual thing. Now, no one should sign an initiative or be part of something just because the blind majority say so. If this initiative has problems, it's good to point them out. My only problem with it is I feel like Pirate Software has done a lot of the negative contrarianism without actually giving cogent points on why he's been negative about it. And I'm not somebody that's a game developer, but I am somebody that is a programmer. I know my way around code. And honestly, the more I revisit a lot of
Richard! Richardy! No! You.
Ah, who would you like to hire? I've got plenty more, eager to sign up. I'll handle their induction right away.
Hail! It's dangerous work, but they can handle it.
Obviously
The
not.
runners have brought back some interesting things.
What can I... Oh, it's you. Not bad, not bad.
Who's that? Hail. They're on their way. Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
There's a lot to unpack with why the tree sucks. But the main reason is actually because there's no life nodes. Now, hear me out. If you compare this to the PoE tree, when you make a character, this is going to go way back to like the early stages of Path of Exile. You are having to choose between allocating talent points into offense or defense. So, in PoE, typically a character will take some life points where they can get them efficiently, and then they will take some damage points, and maybe if they're feeling too squishy, they'll take more life points. Maybe if they're feeling too ZDPS, they'll take more damage points. This is like a really oversimplified explanation. There's obviously other, defensive and offensive stats, but for whatever reason, in PoE 2, they decided there will not be life points on the tree. For some reason, there is still energy shield nodes on the tree. That's a different discussion, okay. But I think in the past, in Q&As, they've stated that the reason for this is going to piss people off. It pisses me off. Is because new players don't pick life nodes. Because players play the game from other ARPGs, and Joe Diablo starts playing PoE 2, and he sees all these life points on the tree. And he's like, well, life points suck. You're supposed to take damage. So Joe Diablo takes every single damage point on the tree and takes 0 life nodes. What happens then is because the game is balanced around you having to take some defense, by the time Joe Diablo makes it to Act 4, everything's killing him instantly. And then he's mad, and he's just like, this game sucks, everything does too much damage, it's over 2, and I just died in 1 hit to this. And at no point will he ever stop and consider, I could die less if I took life nodes. He's got too much, like, ARPG brain rot, where he's like, no, you only take damage. That's it. Life bad, damage good. And then what will eventually happen is Joe Diablo will quit the game after he dies like 30 times in Act 5. They don't want that. They've tested this, and they've said in their test they've experienced exactly this. So what they did is they took all the life points off the tree, so they could balance the game around no life points. The problem with that is, if the tree is only damage points, the way diminishing returns works is every point of something you get, the value of getting an extra point keeps going down, right? So let's say I have a PoE build, and it's 40 points of life. Let's ignore travel points just for the sake of the argument, right? Okay, let's say I have 20 travel points and I have 100 points.
Oh, go on.
Let's say I have 33 points of life, 33 points of damage, and 33 points of, like, AoE, speed, utility. Every time I pick one of those points, when I get a level up and my character gets stronger, if I have 33% of all of those points, I feel 3% stronger, which feels pretty good. That's a noticeable amount. You level up 5 times, you're 15% more damage, or 15% more HP. Or you split it up, now you're 6% more damage, 6% more HP, 3% better utility and speed and AoE, whatever. And the impact of 1 point feels really good. The problem is, if the skill tree looks like the PoE 2 skill tree, every single point is just 12% damage. Like, you don't believe me? Let's check these. Oh, my bad. We have a little bit of evasion. Like, can I zoom in on this? Like, oh, I'm playing bows. Well, okay, 10% attack damage, 10% attack damage. 12% physical damage, 12% elemental damage. Well, let's travel down here. Okay, 10% attack damage, 8% attack damage, 2% move speed, 25 attack damage for notable, 8% attack damage. And it's just like every single point on the tree is just like 12% damage, 10% damage, 12% damage, 10% damage. Like, oh, 10% bow damage, 3% attack. Well, that's actually an interesting one. 12% bow damage, 12% bow damage. Like, if you have 100 points of 12% increased damage, you have a character that has 1200% increased damage. So if I level up, let's say I'm level 95, and I have 100 talent points and 12% damage, and I level up to 96, I gain 1 talent point, I go and I put it in another 12% damage node, and now instead of having 1200% increased damage, I have 1212% increased damage. So I go from dealing 13 to 1312, which is 0.92% more damage. So now my character, by taking that extra 101st point of 12% damage, is 0.92% stronger. That feels like shit.
It's put out new mycelium. Ugh,
You do that 5 times, you're still only at 4% damage. The other example, five levels, is 15%. Like, you can feel 15% difference in tankiness or damage. It's really hard to feel 4% after 5 level ups. So, because of how diminishing returns work, every level up in PoE 2 is just insanely bad, because the talent tree is only 12% damage everywhere, pretty much. I'm oversimplifying this a little bit, but like the principle of this example is why it feels bad. Because the talent tree in PoE 2 does not give you the choice between like speed, defense, and damage, that you then spread out your scaling so each individual point feels more impactful. And this is a difficult fix. Like, if they just doubled everything, it wouldn't feel better. It would be the same problem. If every talent gave 20% damage, nothing would change. Because you'd go from 2000 to 2020, and it's still a 0.9% upgrade. So, upping the percents doesn't change it. It's still the same ratio. The only way to make this feel less shitty is adding different scaling vectors, and they seem to think that speed and defense are both off the table. Whereas in Path of Exile, speed and defense are 2 things you can very much get on the tree.
The blight is trying to spread.
Tinks are fun. People were picking up hundreds of divine orbs per snake run. Hundreds. Things, you get numb to it. I remember League start, a div dropped, dopamine would hit the roof. The ceiling would blow off the fucking house. Like, the roof would blow off the house, and I would just be fucking super excited. And then, you know, a couple runs in the temple, and I'm like, I see a div orb. It's like me picking up on fucking chaos. I mean, there's a limit to it, right? There needs to be a balance between the two. They can't be too rare and far between, but they shouldn't also be where you're picking up 1,000 divs a day. Because the only thing that's going to happen then is that people that are casual players will feel like they're feeling that they're left behind, which I think was a large concern in the community during the hype time of the temple. So that basically slams out the entire casual player base away from ever engaging with the league mechanic. And similar things happen when it comes to like anything that requires you to invest into it. So the problem with the snake part, for example, for the temple, was that the more you juiced it up, the better and stronger your build needed to be. But because the high and the top end shift of players generated such a ridiculous amount of currency, the items for these builds obviously followed the inflation of the drops and got more and more expensive. So people who weren't able to set up the temple they were now having troubles generating currency, at least from their perspective. And that's all it comes down to. It's all coming down to how it feels for someone to play. This is from a Jordan saying Path of Exile 2 needs to keep evolving. Recommended to me, so I'm gonna check this out. Here's the video in YouTube chat as well. Let's check this out. Mr. Jordan, let's see what
the Exiles, and yeah, I'm looking a little worse for wear. But anyway, I thought I'd do a video just covering off on my initial thoughts of PoE 2 0.5 and where we could potentially be going with this patch. And I have some maybe diversive takes on this just off of the back of now we've had, well, this will be our 5th patch for Path of Exile 2. And we've had a really good Path of Exile 3.28 league. Okay, so the first thing I want to sort of broach here is patch 0.1.
All right, hold up a minute now. Do you guys in chat agree that 0.1 was bad? I think that objectively speaking, it was bad as a patch. But here's the thing, 0.1 had everything you experienced was new. Like if I got to list the patches, 0.1 is not the bottom. Like I don't think 0.1 was the bottom. I think 0.4 was pretty low and 0.3 was pretty low. 0.1 had, like, it was a start of things. Everything was new. We played 0.1 for so much and so long. 0.2 was really down bad, yes. 0.3 had really good crafting. It was too much of the good things in 0.3. So my take is 3, 4, 2, 1. And I think, sorry, 2, 1 and then 2. Sorry, my bad. 2 being the worst one. Because I think that 0.1, despite it being objectively a, actually, yeah, what Exploiter in chat is saying, 3, 4, 1, 2. And the reason for that is very simple. 0.1 had like these massive, everything was new and everyone explored everything. It was so much fun and I really enjoyed that. And that obviously taints the idea of the patch might have been not the greatest, but we had a lot of fun with it. And I had less fun with 0.2.
And why I think it's a bad comparison to draw as, you know, Path of Exile 2 should move back in the direction of that. So a couple of things that I guess qualify me to this now. I've nearly got 1,200 hours in the game, roll about 6 to 7 to 8 characters every single league that drops by. So I have played the campaign to no end with multiple builds, build guides, all that sort of stuff that has come out on the channel. And so I've obviously played with a number of mechanics, assessed a lot of builds, and been through and traversed a lot of things. What I can say about patch 0.1 is it wasn't good. And the reason for why it wasn't good is summed up in a post that I saw on Reddit just recently from about 12 months ago. And basically, number one, it just wasn't in any sort of level of polish on 0.1 release. Boss scaling unto its own right was horrifically bad. So while people reference Geonor and how difficult it was, we need to remember that Path of Exile 2, like Path of Exile 1, and this isn't even drawing comparison to Path of Exile 1, is a seasonal game. And so if every single time you want to progress through the campaign, when you have a league start, whatever it may be, in the absence of, and we'll talk about it later in the video.
Before I let him finish his thoughts here, I do want to point out, I think Geonor still today is probably the best campaign fight of all the bosses we have in the campaign. I'm not sure if you guys agree or not. If you agree, let me know in the comments below as well. But I genuinely think Geonor was or is the coolest and best fight of the entire campaign. It's also not too hard because it's like people that come in that are under gear can still beat it because it feels very skill based. Like everything that the atmosphere, yeah, exactly. The atmosphere, the mechanics all feel very fitting. It's cool. It's a nice experience the first time you go through it. And it's just really nice. And even if you go in and you're under geared, if you're good enough as a player, you can beat it. Jambandra, for those of you who don't know who that is the Act 2 end boss. That fight requires you to not just be a good player, but also requires a little bit more of a gear check on it, right? And I think that's where a lot of people are struggling. And that's where I think, I'm not a casual player, so I can't really, put myself in those shoes. But I think a lot of people get a lot of frustration from that fight as a result of that being a bit of a gear check. Geonor doesn't have that effect on it. So you can go in with extreme under gear and you can pull it off if you're playing well. And obviously, it's an Act 1. You don't have many levels, so it's supposed to be able to be beaten by that time, right? Act 2 is a little different. But I think Geonor is just so well made. And I think Jamandra is one of the hardest fights in the campaign for sure.
You know, qualitative skill balancing. Playing through the campaign when everything is like pulling your fingernails out and getting no satisfaction out of it, and doing that every 4 months is not a good design philosophy for GGG to take. And clearly this has been replicated. Well, we can clearly see the action of this in the number of players that play, for example, Cast on Crit Comet. In the last league, pretty much the majority of players sat on Cast on Crit Comet at the end of the day. And the reason for that is what players are looking for. In fact, the statistic here was approximately 17% of players were playing Blood Mage, and a large portion of those players, 27% of those players, was playing Cast on Crit Comet.
So I want to point out this thing. He's talking about percent player base. A lot of his content creators do this, and many times over, I myself fail on this as well, so I'm not giving him shit for it. I just want to be very clear about this. When we talk about percent player base, we are talking about the percent player base on PoE Ninja. If we go to PoE Ninja, and we can go to PoE 2, for example, go to Bills, Fate of the Vol, he's talking about percent players, 27% playing Comet, for example. This is only 124,000 characters, ranging from level 80 to 100. That's only 124,000 players. There is a significantly higher amount of people, higher amount of players or characters existing than 124,000 players. So PoE Ninja doesn't catch everything. It catches the top shift of players, the very top end. That's what it's catching. Now, it doesn't involve a large portion of the